The modern world demands, the mind races. But what if the answers are as ancient as the stars? Tonight, find your calm and rest, profoundly centered. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. The world outside has softened its demand, its urgent calls fading into distant whispers, its vibrant colors now muted by the gentle embrace of twilight. As you settle into this moment of profound stillness, allowing your body to sink deeper into restful comfort. Know that you are not merely preparing for sleep. You are embarking on a journey inward, guided by the timeless wisdom of the ancient Stoics. Tonight, we begin to explore the essence of modern problems. Ancient Stoic answers, a profound reflection on how the enduring insights of Stoicism can illuminate and transform the challenges of our contemporary lives. In a world that often feels relentlessly demanding, filled with constant noise, digital distractions, and an overwhelming sense of urgency, the Stoics offered a powerful antidote, a path to unshakable inner calm, clarity, and resilience. This chapter, The Roar of Pressure, invites you to acknowledge the external demands, but then to gently turn your attention inward to find the quiet sanctuary where true peace resides, untouched by the external clamor. It is time to breathe deep and let the ancient wisdom begin to quiet the modern roar. In our modern existence, we are constantly bombarded by a relentless stream of information, expectations, and demands. Our phones buzz with notifications. Our inboxes overflow with email, and social media feeds present an endless highlight reel of others' seemingly perfect lives, often leading to comparison and anxiety. The pace of life has accelerated dramatically, creating a pervasive sense of urgency and a feeling that we must always be on, always productive, always striving. This constant external pressure creates an internal roar, a cacophony of worries, self-doubt, and a frantic mental energy that makes it incredibly difficult to find genuine peace, let alone deep, restorative sleep. We often mistake busyness for purpose and external validation for inner worth, leading to a profound disconnect from our true selves and a persistent state of low-level stress. Imagine for a moment an ancient philosopher, perhaps Seneca, sitting in a quiet garden, observing the natural world. He had no smartphone, no email, no social media feeds. His notifications were the changing seasons, the flight of birds, the gentle rustle of leaves. His demands were the pursuit of wisdom, the practice of virtue, and the cultivation of inner tranquility, while his world had its own unique pressures, political intrigue, social expectations, the fragility of life. He understood that true peace was not found in the absence of external events, but in the disciplined management of his internal responses to them. He knew that the mind, left unchecked, could create its own internal chaos, far more disruptive than any external noise. He sought to quiet the mind, not by escaping the world, but by mastering his reactions to it. In contrast, our modern society often encourages us to react, to be constantly stimulated, to seek external validation. We are taught to chase happiness through acquisition, more possessions, more experiences, more achievements. This pursuit, however, often leads to a treadmill of desire, where each new acquisition or achievement brings only fleeting satisfaction before the next desire takes hold. We become slaves to external circumstances, our inner peace dictated by the unpredictable ebb and flow of outer events. The roar of pressure becomes an internal echo, a constant hum of dissatisfaction and anxiety, making it almost impossible to truly relax, to be fully present, or to experience the profound calm that is our natural state. Consider your own day, now gently fading into the quiet past. How many times did you feel the internal roar of pressure building? Perhaps an urgent deadline at work, a difficult conversation, or simply the feeling of having too much to do and not enough time. Did you find yourself reacting with a racing heart, a tightened jaw, or a mind that wouldn't slow down? These are the symptoms of the modern roar, the ways in which external pressures penetrate our inner world. The Stoics would invite us to observe these reactions, not to judge them, but to recognize them as opportunities to practice, They would remind us that while the external pressure may be real, our response to it is always within our control. The Stoic solution to the roar of pressure begins with the fundamental practice of distinguishing between what is within our control and what is not. Most of the external pressures, the deadlines, the notifications, the opinions of others, are not within our direct control. What is within our control is our judgment about these things, our attitude towards them, and our chosen response. By consciously shifting our focus from the uncontrollable external world to our controllable internal world, we begin to quiet the roar. We stop fighting against reality and instead focus our energy on cultivating our inner fortress of peace. This is not about indifference or apathy. It is about strategic wisdom, conserving our precious mental and emotional energy for what truly matters: our character, our virtue, and our inner tranquility. This practice also involves a deep understanding of prohairesis, our faculty of choice, our inner guiding principle. For the Stoics, this was the most sacred part of our being, the part that no external force could ever truly touch or corrupt, even when faced with immense external pressure. We always retain the freedom to choose our attitude, our interpretation, and our response. The roar of pressure might be loud, but it can never force you to be angry, anxious, or overwhelmed, unless you choose to allow it to. This profound realization is the ultimate source of inner calm. It means that your peace is not dependent on external circumstances, but on your unwavering commitment to exercise your faculty of choice wisely, always aligning with reason and virtue. In this deep rest now, as your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become a vast, tranquil space, capable of holding any thought, any sensation, without being disturbed. Imagine the roar of modern pressures as distant, fading echoes, like the sound of a city slowly settling into the quiet of the night. You are not resisting them. You are simply observing them from a place of profound inner calm. With each deep breath, feel yourself drawing in a quiet, profound stillness, filling every cell with peace. With each exhale, imagine releasing any lingering tension, any attachment to external outcomes, any sense of urgency that weighs you down. You are cultivating calm, effortlessly, profoundly, by gently turning your attention inward. This practice of finding your calm amidst the roar of pressure is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when you feel the pull of external demands or the onset of internal agitation, remember this moment. Remember the quiet wisdom of the Stoics. Remember that your peace is not dependent on external circumstances, but on your unwavering commitment to control your judgments and choose your response. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound inner peace, a constant source of unshakable calm in a world that often feels chaotic. You are cultivating a mind that faces reality with serenity and finds strength in its own inherent tranquility. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel like tangled threads, slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering worry softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now, as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are the calm. You are the quiet. You are peace in the roar. Your inner self holds firm. Fall into profound stillness. Chapter 2: The Inner Fortress Guarding Your Mental Space. The world will try to invade your peace, but you possess an unshakable fortress. Tonight, learn to guard your inner world and rest profoundly protected. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and beginning to sense the profound calm that resides beneath it all. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental and empowering answers the Stoics offer to modern overwhelm. The inner fortress in our fast-paced, hyper-connected world. Our minds are constantly besieged by notifications, endless information, social comparisons, and the relentless pressure to respond. It often feels as though our mental space is an open field, vulnerable to every passing thought, every external opinion, every digital distraction. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound understanding of human autonomy, knew a different truth. Your mind is not an open field. It is a powerful, unshakable sanctuary, a fortress designed to protect its most precious inhabitants, your peace, your virtue, your reason, and your calm. This chapter invites you to discover this inner fortress, to understand its timeless architecture, and to learn how to stand guard at its gates, allowing only what serves your highest good to enter, and gently releasing all that would disturb your precious tranquility. It is time to fortify your soul and find rest in unwavering self-possession. The Stoic philosophy places supreme importance on what they called prohairesis, or the faculty of choice and judgment. This was, for them, the only thing truly up to us, the sole domain where we possess absolute freedom and control. Everything else, our bodies, possessions, reputation, health, external events, the actions of others, were considered indifference, outside our control. This radical distinction is the very bedrock upon which the inner citadel is built. Imagine your mind not as an open field, vulnerable to every passing storm of emotion or external opinion, but as a meticulously designed, walled city. This city, your inner fortress, is designed to protect its most precious inhabitants, your peace, your virtue, your reason, and your calm. The outer walls of this citadel are your sensory perceptions. What you see, hear, feel, taste and smell. The gates are your judgments, the way you interpret these perceptions, the labels you assign to them, and within the walls, the inner chambers are your core values, your character, your unwavering tranquility. The Stoics understood that most of our suffering arises not from external events themselves, but from our judgments about them. A traffic jam is not inherently frustrating. Our judgment that it shouldn't be happening or that it is bad makes us suffer. A difficult colleague is not inherently irritating. Our judgment that they should behave differently creates our internal turmoil. Marcus Aurelius, who spent his life battling external enemies and internal anxieties while governing the vast Roman Empire, constantly reminded himself to retreat into this inner fortress. He wrote in his private meditations that nowhere can man find a quieter or more untroubled retreat than in his own soul. This was not a call to isolation or indifference, but a strategic practice of self-preservation and mental discipline. He understood that his outer duties as emperor were immense and unavoidable, but his inner peace was paramount and entirely within his power. He practiced guarding his judgments, examining each thought that sought entry, and asking, "Is this within my control? Is this thought contributing to my virtue, or merely disturbing my tranquility? Am I allowing an external event to dictate my inner state?" This daily discipline of self-examination and mindful filtering was his way of maintaining the integrity and peace of his inner citadel. In our modern world, the assaults on our inner citadel are relentless and often insidious. Our digital devices constantly bombard us with curated realities and implicit comparisons, tempting us to judge our worth by external metrics, likes, followers, achievements that are often superficial. News cycles deliver a ceaseless, often alarming, stream of crises and negativity, inviting fear and anxiety to take root. Our work environments demand constant reactivity, pulling us into urgent, yet often unimportant tasks and endless interruption. It is as if countless digital barbarians are constantly attempting to breach the gates of our mind, not with swords, but with notifications, opinions, and endless distractions. Without a conscious practice of guarding our inner space, we become overwhelmed, our minds cluttered, our peace shattered, leaving us feeling exposed, vulnerable, and exhausted. We often unconsciously let these external forces dictate our internal state, forgetting that we possess the ultimate authority over our own mental landscape. Consider the metaphor of an ancient fortress's gatekeeper, diligently standing watch. His essential role is not to prevent all external contact, for life requires interaction, but to carefully discern what enters and what remains outside. He doesn't allow just any stranger or any unchecked cargo to walk through the gates. He questions, he verifies, he assesses their intentions and potential impact on the city's peace. Similarly, guarding your inner citadel means becoming the discerning gatekeeper of your mind. It means questioning the thoughts, emotions, and external stimuli that try to enter your inner sanctuary. Is this thought true? Is it useful for my peace? Is it kind to myself or others? Is it within my control? If a thought is simply a reactive judgment to an external event, you cannot change. The gatekeeper gently but firmly closes the gate. If a thought is an unnecessary worry about someone else's behavior, the gatekeeper reminds you to focus on your own responses instead. This is not about suppressing thoughts or emotions with brute force, but about observing them without giving them undue power to disturb your peace. It is about creating a conscious, intentional space between the external stimulus and your internal response, a space where true freedom and clarity reside. The Stoics also practiced what they called premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This was not a morbid dwelling on negativity or an invitation for misfortune. Rather, it was a proactive mental exercise in fortifying the mind against life's inevitable challenges. They would calmly visualize potential misfortunes, the loss of loved ones, illness, public criticism, setbacks, not to invite despair, but to mentally prepare for them by rehearsing acceptance in advance. They built immense mental resilience. They trained themselves to distinguish with precision between the event itself and their emotional judgment of the event. If they could mentally strip the event of its power to disturb their inner peace, then its actual occurrence would have less debilitating impact. This practice is like building thicker, stronger walls for your inner citadel, strengthening its defenses. It allows you to face life's predictable and unpredictable challenges with a calmer, steadier mind, knowing that your inner tranquility is always within reach, no matter what storms may rage outside your walls. In this deep rest now, as your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become that fortified citadel. Feel its solid, ancient walls built of your awareness and discernment. Feel yourself as the vigilant, calm gatekeeper, as thoughts and external sounds attempt to breach your gates. Simply observe them. Do not engage. Do not judge. Do not follow them down a winding path of distraction. Some may be urgent, some may be enticing, some may be worrisome. But you, the gatekeeper, are serene. You are discerning. You are sovereign. You allow them to pass, knowing that your most precious possession, your inner peace, your rational soul, remains safely within. This is not indifference. It is profound wisdom. It is the wisdom to know what truly matters, and the disciplined courage to protect it. This practice extends far beyond your nightly rest. It becomes a fundamental daily discipline, a conscious way of living throughout your waking hours. You can periodically return to the gates of your inner citadel when an overwhelming email sparks anxiety. Pause. When a social media post triggers comparison, pause. When external noise threatens to overwhelm your senses, pause. And at each gate, ask your inner gatekeeper with a gentle yet firm resolve. Is this within my control? Is this truly essential to my peace and my purpose? Or can I simply observe it, let it pass, and return my attention to my inner sanctuary? This consistent, gentle practice strengthens your mental fortitude, making your inner peace less fragile, more resilient, an unshakable anchor in the turbulent seas of modern life. You are actively choosing your peace, one moment, one thought at a time. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel, like tangled threads slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering worry softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here, in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender, you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper, now as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep, you are the citadel. You are the guardian. You are peace in defense. Let the world rage. Your inner self remains sovereign. Fall into your unbreachable sanctuary. Chapter 3: The Art of Reframing, Shifting Your Perspective. The world is as you see it, but what if your vision holds a hidden power? Tonight, shift your gaze and rests profoundly clear. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and beginning to find the calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space from external clamor. You have also gained insight into the art of reframing, learning to shift your perspective to find clarity, and embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental and liberating tools in the Stoic arsenal for navigating modern problems, the art of reframing. In our daily lives, we often react instinctively to events, labeling them immediately as good or bad, easy or hard, fair or unfair. These automatic judgments, fueled by our past experiences and biases, often lead to unnecessary suffering, anxiety, and frustration, even when the events themselves are neutral. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound understanding of human psychology, knew a different truth. It is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments and interpretations of them. This chapter invites you to discover how merely by shifting your perspective, by consciously reframing your reality, you gain immense power over your emotional state and unlock an unshakable inner peace. It is time to breathe deep and let your vision clarify in stillness. The Stoics, particularly Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, placed immense emphasis on the power of our judgments. They recognized that our emotional responses are not direct consequences of external events, but rather consequences of how we interpret those events. As Epictetus famously asserted, men are not disturbed by things, but by the views which they take of them. This profound insight is the cornerstone of the Stoic practice of reframing. It means that the external event itself is neutral. It is our judgment, our perspective, that paints it as good or bad, catastrophic or opportunity. By consciously choosing our perspective, by deliberately reframing our initial impressions, we reclaim our power and become the architects of our own emotional reality. This freedom of interpretation is the ultimate form of inner sovereignty, allowing us to find peace even in the face of adversity. Imagine for a moment a traveler walking through a dense forest. At dusk, the shadows lengthen and familiar shapes begin to appear, distorted, menacing. A gnarled root becomes a coiled serpent. The rustle of leaves, the whisper of unseen dangers. The traveler, gripped by fear, sees threats everywhere, and his journey becomes a terrifying ordeal. His mind, filled with automatic, negative interpretations, creates his suffering. But then the moon rises, casting a clear, soft light. Suddenly, the serpent is just a root. The whispers are just the wind. The forest, once menacing, reveals itself as merely a collection of trees and shadow. The external reality hasn't changed, but the traveler's perspective has. transforming fear into understanding and dread into quiet awe. This is the power of reframing. The Stoic warrior trains their mind to be like that moonlight, clear, discerning, illuminating reality without distortion, thereby stripping potential adversities of their power to disturb the inner world. They actively choose the lens through which they view life. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded by external stimuli, much of it presented with a pre-packaged interpretation. News headlines often sensationalize events. Social media posts invite immediate judgment and comparison, and advertising tells us what we should want or how we should feel, often creating artificial needs or desires. This constant external narrative can subtly hijack our perspective, leading us to adopt interpretations that cause anxiety, frustration, and dissatisfaction, even when our objective circumstances are not dire. We fall into patterns of negative self-talk, catastrophic thinking, and complaining, believing that our discomfort is solely due to external events, rather than the lens through which we view them. This passive acceptance of external narratives leaves us feeling powerless and emotionally reactive. The Stoics would gently invite us to pause, to question these automatic judgments, and to consciously choose a perspective that aligns with reason and promotes inner peace. Consider your own day, just now gently drifting into the profound quiet of night. How many moments did your emotional state shift dramatically, not because an objective tragedy occurred, but because of a sudden interpretation you made? Perhaps a brief misunderstanding with a colleague led to hours of rumination. A critical comment in passing felt like a personal attack, eroding your self-worth. An unexpected delay seemed like a cosmic injustice, triggering anger. In each of these instances, the external event was fleeting, but your interpretation of it held you captive, generating unnecessary emotional turmoil. The Stoic warrior actively trains to become aware of these automatic judgments, to challenge their validity, and to consciously reframe them. The practice of reframing reality is a fundamental Stoic exercise for cultivating inner peace and resilience. It begins with mindful awareness, catching yourself in the act of forming a judgment about an external event. Once you have identified the judgment, you then separate it from the event itself. The event is your judgment is what you make of it. This distinction creates a powerful pause. Then you actively seek alternative perspectives. Can this perceived obstacle be an opportunity for growth, a chance to practice patience, or a lesson in adaptability? Can this perceived insult be a chance to practice empathy or healthy indifference? Can this perceived loss be a reminder to appreciate what you still have, or an opening for something new? This is not about denial or forced positivity. It is about seeing the situation accurately, stripping away the emotional baggage that our initial, often unexamined, judgments attach. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced this, turning every setback into an opportunity to practice virtue, transforming obstacles into stepping stones for his own philosophical growth. This active choice of perspective is where your true power lies. When you realize that your emotional response is not dictated by the world, but by your mind's interpretation of it, you become the master of your inner world. You are no longer a victim of circumstances, but a discerning philosopher capable of finding peace and purpose in any situation. This is the resilience of the Stoic warrior. Not that they avoid pain, but that they choose their response to it, transforming adversity into raw material for their character. It is the freedom of knowing that even if the world around you is chaotic, your inner landscape can remain calm and luminous, reflecting a clear, untroubled reality, because you have chosen the lens through which you perceive it. In this deep rest now, as your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become a vast, clear canvas as any lingering worries, anxieties, or automatic negative judgments arise. Simply observe them. Do not engage. Do not judge. Do not follow them down a winding path of negative interpretation. Instead, imagine them as mere shapes or shadows, shifting and transforming on your inner canvas, and then consciously, gently allow a new light to illuminate them, the light of objective observation, of acceptance, of a broader, more compassionate perspective. Feel the profound peace that arises from this act of reframing, this gentle shift in your internal gaze. You are becoming the master of your own reality, choosing clarity over distortion, peace over turmoil, and wisdom over suffering. This practice of harnessing the power of perspective is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when you feel yourself succumbing to negative judgments or overwhelmed by external events, remember this moment. Remember the clear moonlight illuminating the forest, transforming shadows into simple shapes. Remember the Stoic wisdom that reminds you that your inner peace is ultimately within your control, determined not by what happens to you, but by how you choose to see it. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound inner freedom, a constant source of unshakable calm and enduring resilience in a world that often tries to dictate your emotional state. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel, like tangled threads slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering worry softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now, as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are perspective. You are clarity. You are peace in vision. Let the world appear. Your soul reframes truth. Fall into luminous insight. Chapter 4: The Virtue of Acceptance. Embracing what is. The world will give you what it gives. But what if your truest peace is found in simply saying yes? Tonight, embrace what is and rest profoundly at peace. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and beginning to find the calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space from external clamor. You have also gained insight into the art of reframing, learning to shift your perspective to find clarity, and embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental and liberating answers the Stoics offer to modern problem, the virtue of acceptance. In our daily lives, we often exhaust ourselves by struggling against reality, by resisting what is, by complaining about circumstances we cannot change. This constant battle against life's inherent unfolding is a primary source of our deepest turmoil and frustration. We wish things were different. We lament setbacks, and we yearn for a world that perfectly aligns with our desires. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound understanding of the natural order and human psychology, knew a different truth. True peace isn't found in bending the world to our will, but in wholeheartedly embracing every single moment exactly as it is. This chapter invites you to release the fight, to surrender to the beautiful, inevitable flow of your existence, and to discover the profound freedom that lives in fully accepting your fate. It is time to breathe deep and find your calm in the river of what is. The human mind, in its innate desire for control and predictability, often rebels against what is. We wish things were different. We replay past events, wishing we could change them. We anticipate future misfortunes with dread, wishing they wouldn't occur. This constant state of resistance, while seemingly protective, is a profound source of suffering. The Stoics, with their rigorous realism, believed in facing reality head-on. They knew that life is inherently unpredictable, a constant flow of events, many of which are beyond our control. Their radical solution was not to escape this reality, but to embrace it. This is the essence of what is often called radical acceptance, or in a Stoic context, the full embodiment of amor fati, the love of one's fate. It is the active, courageous, even joyful affirmation of life in its entirety, embracing every moment, every challenge, every unexpected twist, as if you had personally chosen it, because it is what is. Imagine for a moment a mighty river flowing ceaselessly towards the ocean. Along its banks, there are countless small stones. Some stones stubbornly try to resist the current, clinging to the riverbed, creating friction and turbulence around themselves. Others, smooth and worn, have simply yielded to the river's flow, becoming part of its effortless journey. The river does not complain about the rocks or the bends in its path. It simply flows around them, finding its way forward with unwavering persistence. This river is the embodiment of life itself, and we, the individual stone, often cling to our resistance, to our desire for the river to be straight, calm, or different. But the Stoic warrior, through the virtue of acceptance, learns to become like the smooth stone, yielding, flowing, and finding profound peace in aligning with the inevitable current of existence. The power is not in fighting the river, but in understanding its flow and moving with it. In our modern world, we are constantly bombarded with narratives of control and perfection. Social media paints a picture of effortlessly curated lives, devoid of struggle. Advertising promises instant gratification and a pain-free existence. We are taught to chase ideal outcome, to predict every variable, to avoid all discomfort. And when reality inevitably deviates from these polished narratives, we experience immense frustration, anger, and a deep sense of inadequacy. We complain about traffic, fret over a difficult boss, or resent a health setback. Each complaint, each act of resistance is a subtle form of fighting fate, a desperate attempt to bend the river of life to our own will. This constant struggle leaves us exhausted, bitter, and disconnected from the profound peace that lives in simply allowing. consider your own journey through the day, just now, gently drifting into the profound quiet of night. How many moments did you spend resisting something you couldn't change? Perhaps an unexpected delay, a frustrating conversation, a plan that didn't unfold as you wished. Each instance of resistance, no matter how small, created a subtle ripple of turmoil within you. But what if, in those very moments, you could have simply said yes to what was, not a yes of resignation, but a yes of profound acceptance, knowing that even in the unexpected, there is an opportunity to practice resilience, to cultivate patience, to learn about yourself. The Stoics knew that every obstacle contains an opportunity for virtue. Marcus Aurelius emphasized that the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. He also famously said, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." The practice of active acceptance, of embracing amor fati, is not passive. It is a profoundly active spiritual discipline. It begins by cultivating mindful awareness, observing events as they are, stripped of our emotional judgments. When something unexpected happens, instead of immediately labeling it good or bad, we simply note its occurrence. Then we consciously choose our response, aligning our will with the broader flow of the universe. This means reframing challenges as opportunities for growth, for practicing patience, for exercising courage. It means finding the hidden lesson, the quiet wisdom in every single twist of fate. It is like the ancient gardener who doesn't curse the drought, but learns to conserve water, to plant drought-resistant crops, and to find gratitude for the deep roots that the struggle forces his plants to grow. The drought, though difficult, becomes an integral part of the garden's strength and wisdom. This acceptance is not weakness, but a powerful act of aligning with nature itself. This practice also frees us from the tyranny of external outcomes. When we embrace our fate, we are no longer attached to specific results that are often beyond our control. We invest our full effort, our deepest intention, into our action, but we release our grip on the exact way things should unfold. This detachment, not indifference, but a healthy psychological distance, allows us to find peace in the process itself, knowing that our virtue, our effort, our character, these are the only things truly up to us. When we release the need for a specific outcome, joy is found in the simple act of living virtuously. This is the profound liberation of active acceptance. It is the core of the Stoic warrior's peace, an inner state independent of outer circumstance. In this deep rest now, allow your body to become that smooth stone, effortlessly yielding to the gentle current of existence. Feel yourself sinking deeper, becoming liquid, flowing with ease, as any lingering thoughts of resistance or fear of what is beyond your control arise. Simply observe them like leaves on the current. You don't need to grasp them. You don't need to analyze them. You don't need to fight them. Just allow them to drift gently away, carried by the quiet current of your breath, out into the vast, open ocean of your subconscious. Embrace the stillness that exists within you, knowing that this stillness is not a void, but a profound wellspring of peace, always accessible, always constant, even as the world around you continues its beautiful, inevitable dance of change. This practice of embracing the virtue of acceptance is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when life inevitably presents its challenges, remember this moment. Remember the peaceful flow of the river. Remember the wisdom of the sculptor who embraces the raw marble. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to inner liberation, a constant source of strength in an ever-changing world. You are cultivating an inner sanctuary that thrives on acceptance, a spirit that finds beauty and purpose in every season of life. You are not just finding rest. You are learning to be in harmony with life's profound and gentle flow. You are learning to love it all as the night deepens around you. Feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel like tangled threads slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering worry softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are acceptance. You are virtue. You are peace in harmony. Let the world unfold. Your soul embraces all result. Chapter 5. The discipline of desire mastering inner wants. The world will whisper what you should want, but what if your deepest peace lives in mastering desire? Tonight, find your true craving and rest profoundly fulfilled. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life, and beginning to find the calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space from external clamor. You have also gained insight into the art of reframing, learning to shift your perspective to find clarity, and embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most vital and often challenging answers the Stoics offer to modern problems: the discipline of desire. In our modern lives, we are constantly bombarded with messages that tell us what we should desire: more possessions, more status, more experiences, more external validation. This endless pursuit often leaves us feeling perpetually restless, dissatisfied, and anxious when our cravings are not met. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound understanding of true freedom and lasting peace, knew a different truth. Genuine fulfillment is not found in fulfilling every desire, but in discerning what truly matters and cultivating a masterful control over our own cravings and aversion. This chapter invites you to look inward at what you truly crave, to release the tight grip of unexamined desires, and to discover the profound contentment that blossoms when you master your inner wants. It is time to breathe deep and let your spirit be profoundly content. The Stoics considered the discipline of desire to be one of the three fundamental areas of philosophical study, alongside the discipline of assent and the discipline of action. They understood that human beings are naturally inclined towards certain things: pleasure, health, wealth, and away from others: pain, sickness, poverty. However, they argued that blindly following these natural inclinations without the guidance of reason leads to suffering. When we crave things outside our control, or when we are excessively averse to things that are inevitable, we become slaves to external circumstances. Epictetus, in particular, emphasized that true freedom comes from wanting only what is truly good, virtue, and being averse only to what is truly bad, vice, all of which are within our power. Everything else he famously called indifference, not because they don't have value, but because they don't inherently impact our moral character or inner peace. Imagine for a moment a skilled gardener tending a fertile plot of land. He has a vast array of seeds, each promising a beautiful flower or a bountiful harvest. If he were to plant every single seed he desired without considering the soil, the climate, or the needs of each plant, his garden would become a chaotic tangle, producing little true beauty or sustenance. Instead, a wise gardener disciplines his desires. He chooses only those seeds that are truly suited for his soil and climate. He plants them with care, and he tends them with patient attention, accepting that some may flourish and others may not. His satisfaction comes not from having every possible plant, but from cultivating a beautiful, healthy, and harmonious garden that reflects his intention and wisdom. This gardener embodies the discipline of desire. He doesn't suppress all wants, but he masters them, choosing to crave only what is truly beneficial and achievable, and releasing attachment to what is not in our modern world. We are constantly stimulated to desire. Advertising creates new needs we never knew we had. Social media showcases endless lifestyles, subtly whispering that we are lacking. The culture of consumption encourages us to chase fleeting trends and material possessions, promising happiness that remains perpetually out of reach. This relentless pursuit of external desires leaves us in a constant state of dissatisfaction, a perpetual yearning that prevents us from truly appreciating what we already have. When our cravings are not met, we experience frustration, envy, and a deep sense of inadequacy. The Stoics would recognize this as a modern form of psychological slavery. Slavery to unexamined desires and the endless cycle of wanting more. They would gently invite us to pause, to question these societal narratives, and to recognize that true abundance and lasting contentment are found not in accumulation, but in the profound liberation of appreciating the vast riches that already surround us in every moment. Consider your own desires. Now, as you lie here, drifting deeper into rest, what are the cravings that often pull at your attention? Is it a longing for more wealth, more recognition, a different physical appearance, or for someone else to behave a certain way? And what are your aversions? Is it a fear of discomfort, a resistance to change, or a dread of public criticism? The Stoic warrior trains to observe these desires and aversions, not to condemn them, but to gently question their nature. Ask yourself, is this desire for something truly within my control? Will fulfilling it genuinely contribute to my virtue, my peace, my flourishing? Or is it a fleeting impulse leading me away from what truly matters? By asking these questions, you create a space between your initial impulse and your reaction, a space where true freedom resides. The practice of the discipline of desire is a fundamental Stoic exercise. It begins with mindful awareness, catching yourself in the act of forming a desire or an aversion. Once you have identified it, you then apply the dichotomy of control. Is this desire for something within your control, like your judgment, your character, your effort, or outside your control, like the weather, other people's opinions, external events? if it is outside your control, the Stoic advises cultivating a healthy indifference to it. If it is within your control, then it is a desire worth pursuing, but only if it aligns with virtue and reason. Epictetus taught that we should desire only what is truly good, and avoid only what is truly bad. And for the Stoics, the only true good is virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, temperance, and the only true bad is vice. The opposite of virtue, all other things, wealth, poverty, health, illness, life, death, are indifference, neither good nor bad in themselves. This active choice of what to desire and what to avoid is where your true power lies. When you realize that your emotional state is not dictated by the world, but by your mind's interpretation of it and by the desires you choose to cultivate, you become the master of your inner world. You are no longer a victim of circumstances, but a discerning philosopher, capable of finding peace and purpose in any situation. This is the resilience of the Stoic warrior, not that they avoid pain, but that they choose their response to it, transforming adversity into raw material for their character. It is the freedom of knowing that even if the world around you is chaotic, your inner landscape can remain calm and luminous, reflecting a clear, untroubled reality in this deep rest now. As your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become that calm, wise gardener. As any lingering desires or aversions arise for what you want or what you wish to avoid, simply observe them. Do not engage. Do not judge. Do not follow them down a winding path of longing or dread. See them for what they are, mere seeds on the surface of your awareness, and then gently, effortlessly, allow your inner wisdom to discern which seeds are truly meant for your garden of inner peace, and which can simply be released into the boundless expanse of the night. Feel the profound peace that arises from this act of mastering your desires, this gentle shift into profound contentment with what is, and a quiet trust in what is truly essential. You are becoming the master of your own fulfillment, choosing inner richness over endless external pursuit. This practice of embracing the discipline of desire is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when you feel the pull of unfulfilled craving, the sting of disappointment, or the frustration of unmet expectations, remember this moment. Remember the wise gardener, cultivating only what truly flourishes. Remember the Stoic wisdom that reminds you that your true freedom is found not in satisfying every desire, but in mastering them, choosing reason over impulse, and aligning your actions with your deepest values. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound inner contentment, a constant source of unshakable calm and enduring excellence in a world that constantly tries to define your worth by what you acquire or possess. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel like tangled threads, slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering desire or aversion softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now, as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are discipline, you are desire, you are peace. In mastery, let cravings dissolve. Your soul is free. Fall into profound contentment. Chapter 6. The practice of premeditation, preparing for life's tests. The future holds shadows, but what if facing them now brings profound peace? Tonight, learn to see clearly and rest, profoundly prepared. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life, and found calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space, gained insight into the art of reframing, shifting your perspective to find clarity. Embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is, and understood the discipline of desire, mastering inner wants. You have also bravely engaged in the practice of premeditation, preparing for life's tests. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most proactive and profoundly powerful answers the Stoics offer to modern anxieties about the future: the practice of premeditation. In our daily lives, we often avoid thoughts of potential challenges, hoping that by ignoring them, they will somehow disappear. This tendency leaves us vulnerable and unprepared when adversity inevitably strikes, causing shock, fear, and overwhelm. But the ancient Stoics, with their rigorous realism and profound wisdom, knew a different truth. By calmly considering potential difficulties in advance, we build immense inner resilience, allowing us to face reality not with panic, but with unwavering acceptance and quiet strength. This chapter invites you to embrace this ancient wisdom, to bravely look at the shadows on your path, and to discover the profound peace that blossoms when you choose preparation over panic and acceptance over resistance. It is time to breathe deep and let your spirit be profoundly fortified in stillness. The human mind, in its natural inclination, often tries to avoid pain and discomfort. We push away thoughts of potential challenges, hoping that by ignoring them, they will somehow disappear. This tendency, while understandable, often leaves us vulnerable and unprepared when adversity inevitably strikes. The Stoics, with their rigorous realism, believed in facing reality head-on. They knew that life is inherently unpredictable, and that misfortune, loss, and difficulty are an unavoidable part of the human experience. Their solution was not to avoid these realities, but to mentally prepare for them. This practice, known as premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, was a cornerstone of their psychological training. It was a proactive exercise in building mental fortitude, designed to diminish the shock and emotional impact of adversity when it actually arrived. This wasn't a morbid dwelling on negativity, but a strategic tool for cultivating apatheia, freedom from disturbing passions, and ataraxia, inner tranquility. Imagine, for a moment, a seasoned sailor before embarking on a long voyage across treacherous waters. He doesn't just hope for calm seas and fair winds. He meticulously studies charts, practices emergency drills, checks every knot, and anticipates potential storm. He prepares his ship and his mind for the very worst conditions, not because he wishes them to happen, but because he understands that preparation is the key to resilience and survival. When a storm inevitably hits, he is not caught off guard. He acts with calm resolve, relying on his training, knowing he has already mentally rehearsed this moment. This sailor is the embodiment of Stoic Premeditatio malorum. He doesn't invite the storm, but he is not afraid to imagine it, to mentally rehearse his response, thereby stripping it of its power to paralyze him with fear. This mental rehearsal, conducted in the stillness of his mind, strengthens his resolve when the real test arrives. In our modern world, we are often conditioned to maintain a facade of constant positivity, pushing away any difficult thoughts or feelings. We are bombarded with messages that tell us to think positive or manifest our desired reality, neglecting the crucial step of preparing for the reality that doesn't align with our wishes. This can lead to a fragile optimism that shatters at the first sign of trouble, leaving us feeling overwhelmed, vulnerable, and deeply unprepared for life's inevitable setbacks. We fear contemplating loss, struggle, or failure, believing that even thinking about them will somehow attract them. But the Stoics would gently argue that this avoidance is a weakness, not a strength. True strength, true peace comes from being able to face any potential reality with a calm and prepared mind, knowing that your inner citadel can withstand any external siege. It is the courage to acknowledge that life is not always fair or easy, but that your response can always be virtuous. Consider your own anxieties now, the worries that sometimes circle your mind. even in the quiet of the night. Perhaps a fear of financial instability, a concern about a loved one's health, or the apprehension of a difficult conversation. Our instinct is often to push these thoughts away or to distract ourselves with endless scrolling or entertainment. But what if for a moment, you could gently invite these possibilities into the calm sanctuary of your mind, not to dwell on them with fear, but to simply observe them with courageous acceptance? The Stoics would not ask you to love the misfortune itself, but to love the fate that brings it, understanding that within every challenge lies an opportunity for growth, for practicing virtue, for demonstrating your inner strength. This is the essence of amor fati, loving your fate, which is intrinsically linked to premeditatio malorum. It transforms perceived negativity into a source of inner power. The practice of premeditatio malorum also involves differentiating with precision between the event itself and our judgment of the event. A bad outcome is often just an external event, a job loss, a personal conflict, a physical ailment. Our suffering arises from our judgment that it is bad, or catastrophic, or unbearable. By mentally stripping the event of its emotional charge in advance, we gain immense clarity and preserve our tranquility. Marcus Aurelius, in contemplating potential loss, would remind himself that which is evil to thee does not exist in thy ruling faculty. This means the true evil or suffering is not in the external event. For example, the physical loss of a loved one, but in your judgment of that event, for example, that it is an unbearable tragedy that robs you of your peace and purpose. By preparing your mind to accept external events as they are, without adding the extra layer of negative judgment, you diminish their power to disturb your tranquility. In this deep rest now, as your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become a vast, tranquil space, capable of holding any thought, any possibility, without being disturbed. Imagine for a moment the worst-case scenario that sometimes whispers in the quiet corners of your mind. See it clearly but without emotional attachment. Witness it unfold in the theater of your mind, as if it were a scene in a play, and then ask yourself, if this were to happen, what would still be within my control? What virtues could I still practice? How could I still choose to respond with dignity, courage, and wisdom, regardless of the outcome? You are not inviting it. You are simply preparing your inner warrior, forging resilience in the stillness. Feel the profound peace that arises from this preparation, this gentle acceptance of what life might bring, knowing that your inner strength is far greater than any external challenge. This is the ultimate act of self-mastery, being ready for anything, so you can be disturbed by nothing. This practice of premeditatio malorum is a profound gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when uncertainty looms, when fear tries to take root, or when life throws an unexpected curveball, remember this moment. Remember the calm resolve of the seasoned sailor, meticulously preparing his vessel for unseen storm. Remember the Stoic wisdom that reminds you that every obstacle is an opportunity, a necessary part of your journey towards inner fortitude. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound resilience, a constant source of unshakable calm and enduring wisdom in a world that often tries to convince you that difficulties are only hindrances. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel like tangled threads, slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering worry softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here, in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now, as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are prepared. You are resilient. You are peace in acceptance. Let the future unfold. your inner self stands firm. Fall into profound readiness. Chapter 7. The clarity of focus, conquering distraction. The world screams for your attention, but what if your greatest power is found in stillness? Tonight, reclaim your focus and rest, profoundly clear. Hello, dear friend, I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and finding calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space, gained insight into the art of reframing, shifting your perspective to find clarity, embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is, understood the discipline of desire, mastering inner wants, bravely engaged in the practice of premeditation, preparing for life's tests, discovered the clarity of focus, conquering distraction, explored the power of inner choice, reclaiming your autonomy, embraced the wisdom of impermanence, flowing with life's constant chain, cultivated the gift of gratitude, seeing abundance in every moment, discovered the strength of simplicity, finding riches in less, and understood the value of time, investing in what matters. You have also gained insight into the harmony of reason and emotion, bridging the inner divide, and learned the strength of vulnerability, finding courage in openness, and applied the path of wise action, living your virtue in the world. You have also confronted overcoming procrastination, harnessing the power of now, and addressed building resilience, thriving in adversity. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most pervasive modern problems and a powerful ancient Stoic answer: the clarity of focus. In our contemporary world, our attention is a precious commodity, constantly fragmented and pulled in countless directions by notification, endless information streams, multitasking demands, and the sheer volume of digital noise. We often feel scattered, overwhelmed, and unable to concentrate deeply. leading to superficial engagement and a persistent sense of mental exhaustion. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound understanding of the mind's power, knew a different truth. True effectiveness and inner peace are not found in doing more, but in doing what is essential with undivided attention. This chapter invites you to reclaim your scattered focus, to cultivate a profound clarity of mind, and to discover the deep satisfaction that blossoms when you conquer distraction and dedicate your energy to what truly matters. It is time to breathe deep and let your mind become a beacon of unwavering light. The Stoics, though they lived in an era without digital distractions and the constant allure of immediate gratification, were acutely aware of the dangers of a scattered mind, even in their own time. Long before the advent of digital technology, Seneca lamented the restless mind, which is always flitting from one thing to another. He understood that true wisdom and effective action require sustained, deliberate attention. For the Stoics, focus was not merely a productivity hack. It was a moral imperative, a way of honoring the present moment and exercising our rational faculty. When our minds are constantly distracted, we are not truly present, either for our tasks, our relationships, or our own inner life. We become superficial, unable to delve deeply into anything, and consequently unable to cultivate virtue or achieve genuine tranquility. The Stoic answer to distraction was not to seek an external environment free of interruptions, but to cultivate an internal discipline of attention, a mental state that could remain clear and unwavering amidst any external noise. Imagine for a moment an ancient sculptor meticulously carving a masterpiece from a block of marble. He doesn't glance at a dozen other projects or constantly check for messages from his apprentices. His entire being is absorbed in the single task before him, the precise strike of the chisel, the delicate shaping of the stone, the unfolding of the form within. His focus is absolute, his attention undivided. It is this single-minded dedication that allows him to transform raw material into a work of enduring beauty. If his attention were scattered, his work would be clumsy, his vision lost. This sculptor embodies the Stoic clarity of focus. He knows that true craftsmanship, whether of art or of character, demands undivided attention, a deliberate narrowing of the mind's gaze to the essential task at hand, allowing the non-essential to simply fade into the periphery. In our modern world, the forces of distraction are far more numerous and insidious than anything Seneca could have imagined. Our smartphones, designed to capture and hold our attention, constantly pull us away from deep work, meaningful conversation, and quiet reflection. The fear of missing out keeps us perpetually connected, endlessly scrolling, convinced that every notification holds vital information. Multitasking is often praised as a virtue, yet it actually fragments our attention, diminishing the quality of our work and increasing our stress. We jump from task to task, from app to app, rarely giving anything our full, undivided presence. This constant mental fragmentation leaves us feeling exhausted, unproductive, and strangely unfulfilled, as if we have been busy all day, but accomplished nothing truly meaningful. We are overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, yet starved for true insight. Consider your own day, just now, gently drifting into the profound quiet of night. How many times did your attention jump from one thing to another, pulled by an external alert or an internal urge to check something? Perhaps you were trying to read a book, but your mind kept drifting to your email. You were having a conversation, but your phone buzzed, and your focus shifted. You were attempting a complex task, but a dozen open tabs on your computer beckoned. Each instance of distraction, no matter how small, eroded your ability to engage deeply, to think clearly, and to find satisfaction in the present moment. The Stoic warrior actively trains to become aware of these pulls, to acknowledge them, and then to gently yet firmly redirect their attention back to what is essential. The Stoic solution to conquering distraction begins with the practice of mindful presence and a rigorous application of the dichotomy of control. We cannot control every external notification, or every fleeting thought that arises. But we can control where we choose to place our attention. This means consciously deciding what is truly essential in any given moment, and then dedicating our full, undivided presence to that single task or interaction. Seneca advised, "To be everywhere is to be nowhere." This means deliberately choosing to be here fully present, fully engaged with whatever is before you. It involves setting clear boundaries with technology, creating dedicated times for deep work, and practicing single-tasking rather than multitasking. It also means recognizing that many distractions are simply internal urges, subtle cravings for novelty or avoidance, which can be disciplined through conscious choice, just as we discipline other desires. This practice also involves cultivating a deep understanding of prosopche, a continuous, vigilant attention to oneself, one's judgments, and one's action. It is a state of constant mindfulness, a guard against allowing external impressions to sweep us away. When a notification buzzes, prosopche allows us to pause, to observe the impulse to check it, and then to consciously choose whether that action aligns with our purpose in that moment. When our mind wanders during a conversation, prosopche gently brings us back to the present. This isn't about suppressing thoughts. It is about discerning which thoughts serve our highest good and which are mere noise. By consistently bringing our attention back to the essentials, we strengthen our mental muscle of focus, making it easier to resist future distractions and to engage more deeply with life in this deep rest now. As your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become that calm, unwavering flame as any lingering thoughts of the day, any worries about tomorrow, or any subtle urges to check or do something arise. Simply observe them. Do not engage. Do not judge. Do not follow them down a winding path of distraction. See them for what they are, mere shadows dancing at the edges of your awareness. And then consciously, gently return your attention to the steady, quiet light of your own breath, to the profound stillness within you. Feel the profound peace that arises from this act of conquering distraction, this gentle shift into unwavering clarity. You are becoming the master of your own attention, choosing presence over fragmentation and profound engagement over superficiality. This practice of cultivating the clarity of focus is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when you feel your attention scattering, when the digital world tries to pull you away, or when multitasking threatens to overwhelm you, remember this moment. Remember the unwavering flame burning brightly in the stillness. Remember the Stoic wisdom that reminds you that your true power lies not in reacting to every stimulus, but in choosing where to direct your precious attention. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound effectiveness, inner peace, and a life lived with deep, meaningful engagement. You are not just finding rest. You are learning to be fully present, fully engaged, fully alive. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel, like tangled threads slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering distraction softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now, as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are focus. You are clarity. You are peace in presence. Let distractions fade. Your soul holds firm. Fall into luminous attention. Chapter 8: The Power of Inner Choice. Reclaiming your autonomy. The world may try to dictate your path, but what if your truest power lives in every breath, every choice? Tonight, reclaim your inner freedom and rest, profoundly sovereign. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the hoar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and finding calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space, gained insight into the art of reframing, learning to shift your perspective to find clarity, embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is, understood the discipline of desire, mastering inner wants, bravely engaged in the practice of premeditation, preparing for life's tests, discovered the clarity of focus, conquering distraction, explored the power of inner choice, reclaiming your autonomy, and embraced the wisdom of impermanence, flowing with life's constant change, cultivated the gift of gratitude, seeing abundance in every moment, discovered the strength of simplicity, finding riches in less, and understood the value of time, investing in what matters. You have also gained insight into the harmony of reason and emotion, bridging the inner divide, and learned the strength of vulnerability, finding courage in openness, and applied the path of wise action, living your virtue in the world. You have also confronted overcoming procrastination, harnessing the power of now, and addressed building resilience, thriving in adversity. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental and liberating answers the Stoics offer to a pervasive modern problem: the feeling of powerlessness. In our contemporary lives, we often feel constrained by external circumstances, by our jobs, by the economy, by the actions of others, or by the limitations of our past. We feel as though our freedom is constantly being eroded by forces beyond our control, leaving us frustrated, anxious, and deeply disempowered. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound insights into human autonomy, knew a different truth. Your deepest, most inviolable freedom resides in your ability to choose your response to any situation, to control your judgments, and to align your will with what is truly good. This chapter, The power of inner choice invites you to reclaim this ultimate power, to understand that your freedom is not external, but internal, always available, always yours. It is time to breathe deep and let your spirit be profoundly sovereign. The Stoic philosophy places supreme importance on what they called prohairesis, or the faculty of choice and judgment. This was, for them, the only thing truly up to us, the sole domain where we possess absolute freedom and control. Everything else, our bodies, possessions, reputation, health, external events, the actions of others, were considered indifferents outside our control. This radical distinction is the key to unlocking the power of inner choice. When we understand that our peace and happiness are not dependent on external circumstances, but solely on how we choose to respond to those circumstances, we become truly liberated. Epictetus, a philosopher who himself began life in physical chains as a slave, taught with piercing clarity, freedom is not acquired by satisfying desires, but by eliminating them, and by extension, by mastering our judgments of external events. He meant that the chains that truly bind us are often internal, our beliefs, our expectations, our attachment to things beyond our control. The moment we realize that our power lies in our choice to think and respond, we break free, regardless of our external situation. Imagine, for a moment, a skilled sculptor standing before a block of raw marble. He cannot choose the marble's inherent flaws, its size, or its hardness. These are given unchangeable facts, but he possesses absolute freedom in how he chooses to work with it. He can choose to complain about its limitations, to lament its imperfections, or to abandon it entirely. Or he can choose to apply his skill, his patience, and his wisdom to carve a masterpiece, transforming the raw material into something beautiful, even incorporating its natural flaws into the design. His artistry, his profound freedom of expression lies entirely in his choices and actions. Regarding the marble, not in the marble itself, this sculptor is the embodiment of the power of inner choice. He doesn't control the external materials, but he is sovereign over his purgative response. Similarly, life presents us with raw material events, people, circumstances. We cannot always choose the material, but we possess absolute freedom in how we choose to sculpt our response, to shape our inner world, and to extract meaning and virtue from whatever life delivers. In our modern world, we are often overwhelmed by a pervasive sense of powerlessness. We frequently blame external factors for our unhappiness: the economy, our boss, our government, our family dynamics, or the perceived injustices of our past. We feel trapped by circumstances, believing that our happiness and our freedom are contingent upon external conditions, aligning perfectly with our desires. Social media constantly reinforces this external locus of control, presenting curated ideals of happiness that are often tied to possessions, status, and perfect lives, making us feel inadequate if we don't measure up. This breeds a pervasive sense of frustration, anxiety, and a feeling of being a victim of circumstance, leading to a reactive rather than proactive approach to life. But the Stoics would gently remind us that this very feeling of powerlessness is an illusion, a result of forgetting where our true sovereignty lies. They would invite us to reclaim our ultimate power, the power of inner choice, the absolute freedom to choose how we think, how we judge, and how we respond to anything life brings, thereby reclaiming our autonomy. Consider your own day, just now, gently drifting into the profound quiet of night. How many moments did you feel a sense of frustration, anger, or sadness? Not because of an objective external event, but because of your judgment of that event, your decision to interpret it negatively. Perhaps a plan fell through, and you chose to see it as a personal failure instead of a redirection or a learning opportunity. Perhaps someone spoke unkindly, and you chose to internalize it as an insult instead of a reflection of their own struggles or a chance to practice patience. Each of these moments presented a choice. The external event occurred, but your emotional response was yours to choose. The Stoic warrior trains relentlessly to recognize these choice points, to pause, and to consciously choose a response aligned with reason, virtue, and inner peace, thereby exercising their profound inner freedom and asserting their autonomy over their internal state. The practice of cultivating the power of inner choice begins with mindful awareness, the ability to create a tiny yet infinitely vast space between an external stimulus and your reaction. In that precious space, you have the profound freedom to choose. When a challenging event occurs, instead of reacting instinctively with frustration, fear, or resentment, you pause. You apply the Epictetan lens. Is this up to me or not up to me? If it's not up to you, you practice acceptance. You gently release the futile effort to control the uncontrollable, conserving your precious energy. If it is up to you, your effort, your attitude, your judgment, your virtuous action, then you act with full intention and clarity. This deliberate act of discernment frees up enormous amounts of mental and emotional energy that were previously wasted on external battles. Marcus Aurelius emphasized that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This is the core of your freedom, your autonomy, your inherent strength. This active choice of how to respond rather than passively reacting is the bedrock of Stoic freedom. It liberates you from being a slave to your impulses, your fears, or the whims of external circumstances. You are no longer tossed about by the waves of fortune. You are anchored by your own unwavering reason and your conscious will. This doesn't mean life becomes easy or pain-free. It means you face life's inevitable complexities and allurements with an inner composure, a quiet dignity, and a profound sense of sovereignty. You are the captain of your own soul, charting your course with purpose and wisdom, regardless of the winds or tides. This is the profound peace that blossoms from understanding and consistently exercising your power of inner choice, reclaiming your innate autonomy in every moment. In this deep rest now, as your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, Allow your mind to become a vast, boundless space filled with luminous clarity. Imagine yourself standing at a crossroads, illuminated by a soft inner glow. The old path leads to automatic reaction, to being swept away by external events, to feeling constrained. The other path, the Stoic path, leads to conscious choice, to inner freedom, to unshakable peace. With each deep breath, feel yourself drawing in the quiet power of discernment, the unwavering strength of your own free will. With each exhale, imagine releasing any lingering sense of powerlessness, any subtle belief that you are a victim of circumstance. You are reclaiming your birthright, the absolute freedom to choose your inner state, to align with reason, and to find peace in every moment. You are the architect of your own inner world, profoundly autonomous. This practice of embracing the power of inner choice is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when you feel pulled in 1,000 directions, when external demands seem overwhelming, or when you feel tempted to blame your circumstances for your unhappiness, remember this moment. Remember the unwavering resolve of the Stoic warrior. Remember the profound truth that your freedom lies not in changing the world, but in choosing your response to it. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound inner sovereignty, a constant source of unshakable calm and enduring presence in a world that often tries to define you by what happens to you. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel, like tangled threads slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering worry softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now, as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are choice, you are freedom, you are peace. In sovereignty, let the world unfold. Your inner self is free. Fall into profound autonomy. Chapter 9: The Wisdom of Impermanence. Embracing life's constant flow. Everything changes. Everything passes. What if your greatest peace lives in letting go of what cannot be held? Tonight, surrender to life's flow and rest. Profoundly adaptable. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and finding calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space, gained insight into the art of reframing, learning to shift your perspective to find clarity, embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is, understood the discipline of desire, mastering inner wants, bravely engaged in the practice of premeditation, preparing for life's tests, discovered the clarity of focus, conquering distraction, explored the power of inner choice, reclaiming your autonomy, and embraced the wisdom of impermanence, flowing with life's constant chain. You have also cultivated the gift of gratitude, seeing abundance in every moment. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most fundamental and liberating answers the Stoics offer to a pervasive modern problem: our resistance to change. In our contemporary lives, we often cling to permanence, to moments of happiness, to comfort, to the way things are. We fear loss, fight against the natural ebb and flow of life, and lament when plans deviate. This constant battle against the inevitable is a primary source of our deepest turmoil and frustration. But the ancient Stoics, with their keen observation of nature and profound understanding of the universe's rational order, knew a different truth. Everything is in flux. constantly changing, constantly moving. This is not a tragedy, but the very essence of life itself. This chapter, the wisdom of impermanence, invites you to embrace life's gentle, constant flow, to let go of what cannot be held, and to discover the profound peace that blossoms when you surrender to the beautiful, inevitable dance of change. It is time to breathe deep and find your calm in constant motion. The human mind, in its innate desire for security and comfort, we strive to hold on to joy, to fix problems indefinitely, to maintain relationships without friction, and to build futures that are predictable and stable. But the very fabric of existence, as observed by the Stoics and numerous other ancient philosophies, is characterized by constant change, growth, and decay. Everything from the grandest mountain to the smallest thought is in a perpetual state of flux. The Stoics didn't see this as a tragedy, but as a fundamental truth to be embraced. Their philosophy encouraged a radical acceptance of impermanence, recognizing that resistance to this natural law is the primary source of human suffering. By understanding that all things come and go, they cultivated a profound inner freedom, unburdened by attachment to what is fleeting. Imagine a single, vibrant autumn leaf. It begins its life as a tender bud, unfurls with the warmth of spring, flourishes in the long days of summer, then transforms into brilliant hues of red and gold in autumn, before finally letting go of its branch and drifting gracefully to the earth. If the leaf were to desperately cling to its branch, fearing the inevitable fall, it would be resisting its very nature, causing itself unnecessary turmoil. Its beauty, in fact, is often most profound in its process of release. This leaf is a perfect metaphor for our own lives. We bloom, we flourish, and then we must gently, gracefully learn to let go. Our sadness, our anxiety, our frustration often comes from trying to cling to our own branch, resisting the natural flow of life's season. Both within us and around us, the Stoics Particularly, Marcus Aurelius frequently meditated on memento mori, the remembrance of death. This was not a morbid practice, but a powerful tool for clarity and prioritization. By contemplating the finite nature of life and all things within it, they were urged to live more fully in the present, to appreciate what they had, and to let go of trivial worries or attachments. If everything is temporary, why cling to what causes suffering? Why waste precious moments on things that do not truly matter? This understanding became a powerful catalyst for gratitude and intentional living. It transformed the fear of an ending into an appreciation for each moment's unique beauty, like savoring the last few golden leaves on a tree before winter's quiet embrace. In our modern world, the pace of change is often dizzying. Technology evolves at lightning speed. Careers shift unexpectedly. Relationships face constant adjustments, and global events unfold with bewildering rapidity. This constant flux can create a deep-seated anxiety, a feeling of being perpetually adrift, unable to find stable ground. We are conditioned to seek control, to plan meticulously, and to fear anything that disrupts our carefully constructed narratives. But this very resistance to change, this desperate clinging to the familiar, paradoxically amplifies our suffering. It is like trying to hold sand in your fist. The tighter you clench, the more it slips away. The wisdom of impermanence offers a different path, an invitation to loosen your grip, to surrender to the flow, and to trust in your own innate capacity for adaptation. Consider your own life's journey now. How many times have you resisted a change, only to find later that it opened new doors, revealed new strengths, or led you to a more fulfilling path? Perhaps a job loss that led to a passion project, a relationship ending that brought self-discovery, an unexpected challenge that forced you to grow in ways you never imagined. In hindsight, the very changes we feared often become the catalysts for our greatest evolution. But in the moment of change, our minds often fight, creating suffering where a simple acceptance could have led to peace. The Stoics understood that the universe unfolds according to its own grand design, its logo, a rational and benevolent order. By aligning ourselves with this flow rather than resisting it, we find peace. This means cultivating a mindset that doesn't demand permanence, but embraces adaptability. It means practicing detachment, not from life, but from the outcomes we cannot control. It means finding strength not in rigid control, but in fluid resilience. It is the wisdom of the flowing river that carves canyons, not by force, but by persistent, yielding flow. It doesn't fight the rock, it finds the path around it, patiently, effortlessly. In this deep rest now, imagine yourself as that calm river. Feel your body sinking deeper, becoming liquid, flowing with ease, as any lingering thoughts of resistance or fear of change arise. Simply observe them like leaves on the current. You don't need to grasp them. You don't need to analyze them. You don't need to fight them. Just allow them to drift gently away, carried by the quiet current of your breath out into the vast, open ocean of your subconscious. Embrace the stillness that exists within you, knowing that this stillness is not a void, but a profound wellspring of peace, always accessible, always constant, even as the world around you continues its beautiful, inevitable dance of change. This practice of embracing impermanence is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when you feel the first subtle pangs of resistance to change, remember this moment. Remember the peaceful flow of the river. Remember the wisdom of the autumn leaf. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to inner liberation, a constant source of strength in an ever-changing world. You are cultivating an inner sanctuary that thrives on acceptance, a spirit that finds beauty and purpose in every season of life. You are not just finding rest. You are learning to be in harmony with life's profound and gentle flow. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel like tangled threads slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering worry softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are the flow. You are the wisdom of change. You are free from clinging. Let go of what passes. Embrace what is. Fall into life's gentle current. Chapter 10. The Gift of Gratitude. Seeing abundance in every moment. The world whispers what you lack, but what if your truest richness is already here tonight? Embrace gratitude and rest. Profoundly abundant. Hello, dear friend. I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and finding calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space, gained insight into the art of reframing, learning to shift your perspective to find clarity, embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is, understood the discipline of desire, mastering inner wants, bravely engaged in the practice of premeditation, preparing for life's tests, discovered the clarity of focus, conquering distraction, explored the power of inner choice, reclaiming your autonomy, embraced the wisdom of impermanence, flowing with life's constant change, and cultivated the gift of gratitude, seeing abundance in every moment. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most transformative and often overlooked answers the Stoics offer to a pervasive modern problem: the feeling of perpetual dissatisfaction and lack. In our contemporary world, we are constantly bombarded with messages that tell us what we don't have, what we lack, what we need to acquire to be happy, what we are missing compared to others. This constant focus on scarcity and wanting often leaves us feeling perpetually restless, anxious, and envious. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound understanding of true wealth and lasting peace, knew a different truth. Genuine fulfillment is not found in accumulating more, but in appreciating what we already possess. This chapter, the gift of gratitude, invites you to unlock the immense riches that lie within your current reality, to cultivate a profound sense of gratitude for what is, and to discover the unshakable peace that blossoms when you choose appreciation over endless wanting. It is time to breathe deep and let your spirit be profoundly abundant. The Stoics, in their practical approach to living a virtuous and tranquil life, understood that true wealth and happiness were not found in external possessions or circumstances, but in the internal state of one's mind. They recognized that human beings have an innate tendency to focus on what is lacking, to compare themselves to others, and to constantly strive for more. This endless pursuit, they argued, leads to a perpetual state of dissatisfaction and anxiety. Therefore, they championed the practice of gratitude, a conscious and deliberate appreciation for what one already has, rather than a longing for what one does not. This was not a naive optimism, but a profound strategy for cultivating contentment and resilience, even in the face of hardship. Seneca, in his Letters from a Stoic, often emphasized the importance of appreciating common blessings, reminding his readers that true poverty lies not in having little, but in wanting much. He believed that the greatest wealth is contentment with sufficiency. Imagine for a moment a traveler walking through a vast, dry desert. He carries only a small, simple cup. He could lament the scarcity of water, complain about the relentless sun, and desperately search for an oasis that may or may not exist. His journey would be filled with bitterness, despair, and an overwhelming sense of lack. But a wise traveler, even with a small cup, finds a tiny, precious trickle of water from a hidden spring. He doesn't complain that it's not a river. He doesn't lament that it's not an overflowing oasis. Instead, he fills his cup, sips slowly, and feels profound gratitude for the life-giving liquid he does have. He savors every drop, and his spirit is nourished. Not just his body, he sees the blessing in the small provision, and his contentment comes from appreciation, not accumulation. This traveler embodies the gift of gratitude. He finds richness in what is, rather than suffering from what is lacking, or endlessly yearning for what is not present. In our modern world, the pursuit of more is relentless and often insidious. Advertising fuels a culture of consumption, constantly telling us that our lives are incomplete, or would be better, happier, more fulfilled if only we acquired the next product, achieved the next status, or experienced the next big thing. Social media presents a highlight reel of others' seemingly perfect lives, tempting us into endless comparison and a pervasive sense of our own inadequacy. This constant focus on what we don't have creates a perpetual state of dissatisfaction, breeding envy, resentment, and a deep-seated anxiety about our perceived lack. We become trapped in a vicious cycle of wanting, acquiring, and then feeling empty when the new acquisition inevitably fails to deliver lasting happiness. The Stoics would recognize this as a modern form of psychological slavery. Slavery to unexamined desires and the pursuit of external validation. They would gently invite us to pause, to question these societal narratives, and to recognize that true abundance and lasting contentment are found not in accumulation, but in the profound liberation of appreciating the vast riches that already surround us in every moment. Consider your own day just now, gently drifting into the profound quiet of night. How many moments did you spend focusing on what went wrong, what you didn't accomplish, or what someone else has that you desire? And how many moments did you truly pause to appreciate the simple blessings that were present, but perhaps overlooked? Perhaps the warmth of a morning coffee, the quiet comfort of your home, the kindness of a friend, the functionality of your body, or simply the steady rhythm of your own breath. Each of these moments, when consciously acknowledged and fully appreciated, is a subtle act of gratitude, filling your inner cup and expanding your sense of inherent wealth. The Stoic warrior trains relentlessly to observe these moments. They ask, am I focusing on my perceived lack, or am I choosing to see the abundance that is already here, present and available? By consciously shifting your focus from wanting to appreciating, you unlock an immense, always available source of joy and peace. The practice of gratitude is a fundamental Stoic exercise for cultivating inner richness and an unshakable mind. It begins with mindful awareness, consciously identifying things, no matter how small or mundane, that you can be grateful for. This isn't about ignoring difficulties or pretending that everything is perfect. It is about expanding your perspective to include the countless blessings that often coexist with challenges. Marcus Aurelius, despite the immense burdens of leading an empire and facing constant threats, consistently practiced gratitude, finding appreciation even in the most mundane aspects of his daily life. He urged himself to see the beauty in every part of the cosmos, to recognize the inherent goodness in the natural unfolding of events. By cultivating this appreciative mindset, he transformed his perception of reality, finding contentment and peace regardless of external circumstances, because his peace was rooted in an internal state of appreciation, not external acquisition. This active choice of appreciation is where your true wealth lies. When you realize that your happiness is not dictated by what you acquire or what happens to you, but by how you choose to see and appreciate what you already have, you become truly abundant. You are no longer a slave to external desires or the whims of a consumerist culture. You become a master of your own contentment, finding riches in less. This doesn't mean life becomes easy or free from material challenges. It means you face life's inevitable ups and downs with an inner composure, a quiet dignity, and a profound sense of self-sufficiency. You are the architect of your own true wealth, capable of cultivating a life of profound peace and enduring fulfillment. One simplified, appreciative choice at a time in this deep rest now. As your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become a vast, tranquil field, bathed in the soft glow of gratitude. As any lingering feelings of lack or dissatisfaction arise for what you don't have, or what you wish were different, simply observe them. Do not engage. Do not judge. Do not follow them down a winding path of wanting. See them for what they are, mere shadows passing over your field of purposeful awareness, and then consciously, gently allow your inner light of gratitude to illuminate the countless blessings that are already here, filling every corner of your being with a profound sense of abundance. Feel the deep peace that arises from this act of appreciation, this gentle shift into profound contentment with what is. You are becoming the master of your own richness, choosing inner wealth over external accumulation, serenity over endless pursuit. This practice of embracing the gift of gratitude is a transformative act that extends far beyond this tranquil night throughout your waking hours. When you feel the pang of envy, the frustration of unmet desires, or the subtle whisper of not enough, remember this moment. Remember the ancient stone bowl, serene in its quiet sufficiency. Remember the Stoic wisdom that reminds you that true wealth is an internal state, cultivated through appreciation, not acquisition. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound inner richness, a constant source of unshakable calm and enduring peace. In a world that constantly tries to define your worth by what you acquire or possess, as the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel like tangled threads, slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering desire for more or sense of lack softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here, in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender, you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are gratitude. You are abundance. You are peace in appreciation. Let wants fade. Your soul is rich. Fall into profound sufficiency. Chapter 11. The Strength of Simplicity. Finding riches in less. The world whispers more. But what if your truest abundance is found in less? Tonight, embrace simplicity and rest, profoundly content. Hello, dear friend, I am Lucas. You have journeyed through the roar of pressure, acknowledging the ceaseless demands of modern life and finding calm beneath it all. You have explored the inner fortress, understanding how to guard your mental space, gained insight into the art of reframing, learning to shift your perspective to find clarity, embraced the virtue of acceptance, harmonizing with what is understood, the discipline of desire, mastering inner wants, bravely engaged in the practice of premeditation, preparing for life's tests, discovered the clarity of focus, conquering distraction, explored the power of inner choice, reclaiming your autonomy, and embraced the wisdom of impermanence, flowing with life's constant change. You have also cultivated the gift of gratitude, learning to see abundance in every moment. Now, as your body sinks deeper into the tranquil embrace of the night, and your mind gently drifts into the realm of passive learning, we turn our attention to one of the most powerful and countercultural answers the Stoics offer to a pervasive modern problem: the relentless pursuit of more and the overwhelm it creates. In our contemporary world, we are constantly bombarded with messages to acquire more possessions, more experiences, more achievements. We chase external metrics of success, believing that happiness and contentment lie in accumulation This often leads to a sense of overwhelm, constant craving, and a subtle, persistent dissatisfaction. But the ancient Stoics, with their profound understanding of true wealth and lasting peace, knew a different truth. Genuine richness and lasting peace are not found in the abundance of external things, but in the clarity and sufficiency of having less. This chapter, The Strength of Simplicity, invites you to discover the profound liberation that comes from embracing simplicity, to declutter your life of the non-essential, and to find the deep, quiet joy that blossoms when you realize you already have everything you truly need. It is time to breathe deep and let your spirit be profoundly content. The Stoics, far from advocating for asceticism or deprivation for its own sake, championed simplicity as a pathway to freedom and inner peace. They understood that external possession and endless pursuits often bring with them a heavy burden. The anxiety of acquiring them, the fear of losing them, and the constant desire for more. By intentionally reducing their reliance on external things, they cultivated a profound inner resilience and a deep appreciation for what is truly essential. This practice, often referred to as living in accordance with nature, meant recognizing that our fundamental needs are few, and that true happiness stems from virtue and a well-ordered mind, not from material abundance. For them, simplicity was not a lack, but a profound form of wealth, the wealth of self-sufficiency, tranquility, and an uncluttered mind. Epictetus, a former slave, famously lived a life of extreme simplicity, emphasizing that true freedom comes from wanting little and being content with what one has. Imagine for a moment a clear, pristine mountain spring. Its waters are pure, unburdened by debris or excess. It flows freely, providing life-giving sustenance to who encounter it. Now imagine a cluttered, overgrown pond, choked with weeds and filled with discarded items. Its waters are stagnant, its beauty obscured, its purpose diminished. The spring, in its simplicity, embodies profound strength and utility. The pond, in its excess, struggles to fulfill its natural function. This is the strength of simplicity. It allows our true nature to shine through unburdened by the unnecessary, enabling us to flow freely and serve our highest purpose. The Stoic warrior understands that a clear mind and a virtuous life are like the mountain, spring pure, unburdened, and profoundly powerful in their essence. In our modern world, we are constantly encouraged to accumulate. Advertising tells us we need the latest gadget, the newest fashion, the grandest experience to be happy and fulfilled. Our social media feeds are often curated showcases of perceived abundance, leading to endless comparison and a sense of inadequacy. This culture of consumption creates a relentless cycle of wanting, acquiring, and then wanting more, leaving us feeling perpetually unsatisfied and overwhelmed by the sheer volume of our possession. Commitments and digital noise. We are often too busy managing our stuff to truly live. But the Stoics would gently invite us to pause, to question these external pressures, and to recognize that true freedom and peace are found not in atengmors, but in skillfully subtracting the non-essential. Consider your own life now as you lie here, drifting deeper into rest. How many times have you felt the subtle weight of too many possessions, too many commitments, too much digital distraction? Did you acquire something new only to find the initial joy fleeting, replaced by a new desire or the burden of maintenance? Did you feel overwhelmed by a cluttered space or a schedule packed with non-essential activities? The Stoic warrior trains to observe these moments. They understand that every external thing we acquire, every non-essential commitment we take on, demands a piece of our time, energy, and mental space. They ask, does this truly serve my highest values? Does this bring me genuine peace and virtue, or does it merely add to my burdens and distraction? This gentle yet firm inquiry creates a sacred space for liberation. The practice of embracing simplicity involves an active discernment and courageous release. It means distinguishing between what is truly necessary for a virtuous life, and what is merely a luxury or a distraction. You might desire a new item, a primary impression, but your judgment that I need this to be happy is what causes suffering. The Stoic trains to accept the initial desire, I want this item, without giving assent to the unhelpful judgment. This allows you to feel the desire fully, process it with reason, and then choose a virtuous response. Perhaps acknowledging the desire, but choosing not to acquire it, or recognizing that true happiness is found elsewhere. This is the essence of freedom for the Stoic, not the absence of desire, but the willingness to act virtuously in its presence, choosing contentment over endless craving. Seneca often wrote about the dangers of luxury and excess, not for moralistic reasons, but because they bind us to external things and rob us of our inner freedom. This active choice of embracing simplicity is where your true inner wealth lies. When you realize that your peace and happiness are not dependent on external conditions or the acquisition of more, but rather on the clarity and sufficiency of your inner world, you become truly abundant. You are no longer a slave to fleeting desires or societal pressures. You are a master of your own contentment, finding riches in less. This doesn't mean life becomes easy or free from material challenges. It means you face life's inevitable ups and downs with an inner composure, a quiet dignity, and a profound sense of self-sufficiency. You are the architect of your own true wealth, capable of cultivating a life of profound peace and enduring fulfillment, one simplified choice at a time. In this deep rest now, as your body sinks even further into profound relaxation, allow your mind to become that minimalist Zen garden, perfectly ordered and serene, as any lingering desires for more, so any subtle attachments to possession, or any feelings of lack arise, those parts that pull you away from contentment, simply observe them. Do not engage, do not judge, do not follow them down a winding path of endless wanting. See them for what they are, mere illusions on the surface of your vast, calm inner being. And then, consciously, gently, allow your inner wisdom to release them, creating more space for clarity and peace. Feel the profound peace that arises from this act of simplification, this gentle shift into profound sufficiency. You are becoming the master of your own contentment, choosing inner wealth over external accumulation, serenity over overwhelm. This practice of embracing the strength of simplicity is a gift that extends far beyond this tranquil night. Throughout your waking hours, when you feel the pull of materialism, the pressure of comparison, or the subtle whisper of not enough, remember this moment. Remember the ancient stone bench, serene in its quiet sufficiency. Remember the Stoic wisdom that reminds you that true wealth is an internal state, cultivated through appreciation, not acquisition. This daily discipline is not a burden. It is a continuous pathway to profound inner freedom, a constant source of unshakable calm and enduring contentment in a world that constantly tries to define your worth by what you acquire or possess. As the night deepens around you, feel yourself sinking further and further into this profound calm. Let every remaining tension gently unravel like tangled threads slowly straightening in the quiet. Let every lingering desire for more or sense of lack softly dissipate into the vast, open space of your tranquil mind. You are safe here in the effortless flow of the present moment. You are not striving. You are not pushing. You are simply allowing yourself to be carried by the gentle current of rest, knowing that in this surrender you reclaim your deepest peace. I whisper now, as your eyes grow heavier, as your conscious mind settles into deeper, more restorative sleep. You are simplicity. You are sufficiency. You are peace in less. Let excess fade. Your soul is rich. Fall into profound sufficiency